Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Mana Moria, Toyum Priyam, Toya Veyanuren, Arunachala. Devam Endunne, Sarvapriyananda, Siramurikaya Sada. Teradutana Tiruvarunidiyam Tiyakampi Arunachala. Deviyamoram Udmeyananadana Arunachala. Tokarukaimai Patiyayam Arunachala. Toramrita, Toramrita, Santoshamrita, Arunachala. Navekita Nilayim, Nadiyayanayam, Navekitapani, Arunachala. Nadiyayanayam, Sanuvani, Ramanasramam Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Nekune Guru Diyan Pukira Nekune Arunachala. Nisaminyana Gurunta Sayekati Mosam Sayara Arunachala. Naikari Kaniya Mananiya Palati Naniya Kurnalam Arunachala. Undega Undane Andane Kundega Andamaniya Arunachala. Nokiye Karunimai Takiye Madhumam Akiye Arunachala. Arunachala Arunachala Umanamamana Puranamana Puranamana Arunachala Jayamivekirame Tirutamayu Perumayarari Arunachala Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Ekanam Veda Veda Veya Chidikana Veya Atinaya Arunachala Hari Goriyana Pachindima Pachipurai Arunachala Odiyamayakiyam Bodhate Paritu Bodhate Patinai Arunachala Om Vayabhuvir Oduvedi Arunachala Gauri Ramamura Takratinadum Avisukandura Arunachala Malay Marundigani Malay Tiravo Malay Marundigani Arunachala Manam Konduru Kavan Manam Tiyaritavi Manam Tilavuri Arunachala Kinjiru Kinjiru Kunjavari Padita Kunjirarureti Arunachala Nihaman Nilaman Mahakalikalam Arunachala Muriyarikana Murivivekanete Murivivekanete Arunachala Mukhiyankumar 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 Arunachala Niyavatim Malamim Arunachala Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Murtayari Kemekta Natamari Arunachala 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 Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Vida Tola Vida Bhakta Maya Arunachala, Vedite Unsayate Tiravum, Vedite Arunachala, Vedanta Vedanta Vedantam Veda Purna Vaidalai Varta, Vaidalai Kuriya, Vaidalai Vidavadullamachala, Ambutikali Kurvan Guru Vijan, Aruvarkari Karullamachala, Arunayaya, Arunani Pate, Arunale Tapumo Arunachala, Sindi Tarupada Silambi Bondati, Sirale Tundale Arunachala, Angurinam Vedantagamangal, Tantanai Arunachala, Yevolumina Murakatu Nishemara Yemburuvanvatam Sopaserium Unnoikola Urumaya Mudara Solainam Sola Urutaruliya Arunachala, Maharishi Arunachala Ramana, Maharishi Arunachala, Maharishi Arunachala Ramana, Maharishi Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Maharishi, Arunachala Ashram.
Now we will have the Carnatic music. Let us welcome Ramana Balachandhran on the Veena and Vidwan Satish Kumar on the Vedanta. First, Pandita Swami to introduce the artist.
On behalf of Arunachala Aksharamanamalai, it is my pleasure to introduce the musicians for today's concert. Ramana Balachandhran is a prodigy who could identify ragas from his age. He has been performing from the age of 12 and was directly awarded an A grade by All India Radio at 16, an honor last bestowed on 9th Street, US. Ramana started his vocal training with his mother, Sharanya Balachandhran. He then pursued Veena, first under Vidushi B. Nagarashmi for 3 years and continues under his father, S. Balachandran. He also pursued vocal from Sangeeta Kala Acharya, Srimati Veena Rangopal, and Mridangam from Sri Ranganath Chakravarti. Ramana has performed over 400 solo Veena concerts in many of the leading sabhas in many countries, often being the youngest Vainika to have performed on those stages. In 2015, he had the honor of performing at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi in the presence of the Indian President, Prime Minister, and African heads of state. He is a recipient of a large number of awards from a variety of institutions. But perhaps most importantly, he has been a devotee of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi from his childhood, living at Arunachala for long stretches of time, even before his parents settled down there permanently. He could often be seen in the company of the Veda Padasala boys and chanting the Vedas at Bhagavan Samadhi Shrine. Welcome, Ramana, to Arunachala Aksharam. Ramana is accompanied on the Mridangam by Patri Sri Satish Kumar, one of the top pedalists in India and recipient of prestigious Sangeeta Nataka Academy Award from Government of India for the year 2020. He is an Asthana Vidwan of Kanchi Kamakoti Peetham and Tirunelveli Shakti Peetham and has been conferred an honorary doctorate from the University of California at Berkeley in 2018. He has rich concert experience of over 45 years and has performed in some of the great music halls like the Kennedy Center, Lincoln Hall, Royal Albert Hall in London, Music Academy Chennai, the Sydney Opera House, and many more. He is not just a performer but a holistic musician who has created a designer rhythm instrument, special Laya creations like Gati Prana Thalas, author of a book on South Indian rhythms, organizer of a percussion music festival, and a prolific teacher with numerous disciples around the world. Winner of a large number of awards and titles, sir, we are delighted to have you here for the crusade.
Very good morning to everyone. We'd like to begin the concert with a composition of great devotee of Bhagavan from Tanjore, Janakinanda, set to the Raga Nate. Jaya Jaya Shri Ramanasramam Jaya Jaya Shri Ramanasramam Jaya Jaya Shri Ramanasramam Jaya Shri Ramanasramam Jaya Jaya Shri Ramanasramam Balance. The composition of six Sarvo and Radha. going to the main piece, Ramana Maharishi, principles. That was an excerpt from Sri Ramanasramam Centenary Celebration. We will conclude with the composition of Sri Sadhu Veena Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya
Thank you, Ramana Balachandhran.
Satish Kumar. I want to express what a treat it was. And I request Harimurthy to give about the whole concert, a few intricacies of that. Harimurthy.
I'm truly speechless. Let's give a round of applause. It is said in the Puranas, when Ravana played Veena, the whole Kailash melted, so much so that Shiva had to come in and bless him with a lot of wounds. In order to truly appreciate what happened today, Mohan needed to pick the person who knows the least about music to come and talk. That says the quality of musicians that we have on stage. We feel truly indebted. We feel like Arunachala has come to New York today. Thank you. What I particularly find to be beautiful is Ramana Balachandhran enhancing his Veena with his vocal music, giving us the lyrics appropriately, both for Sadhuvam as well as my personal favorite, Muruganar's Sri Sannidhi Murai, in which Muruganar says and sings praises of Sri Vadavura, who is Manikavachan himself. And particularly transported to a different world through the Ragam Tanam Pallavi and all of the additional ragas he introduced. And we would be remiss if we don't command the wonderful Vedanta that it's a true musical treat. And thank you, Ramana, and thank you, Patricia.
I request Dr. Anand Ramanan, President Sri Ramanasramam, to present the bouquets to them, to the audience.
All of us.
Thank you, Eric, Ramana Balachandhran, and Patri, Satish Kumar. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Now we are going to take a break and we'll again come back in 15 minutes. And also in the meantime, we are going to show how Ramana Ashram was then and now how it is today. Thank you.
ப்ரொஜெக்ட் ஆமா
a perennial spring of Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. India, or Bharat, is indeed a blessed land, a perennial spring of true wisdom and divine love, timelessly quenching the spiritual thirst and guiding seekers the world over to the one highest goal of life, self-realization. It is here, in the heart of this hallowed land, that the Supreme Self took a name and a form known as Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi. That which is birthless and deathless, Sat Chit Ananda, was born in the town of Tiruchuri, the abode of the sacred Bhuminatha temple. Born into a pious, traditional Brahmin family, his parents were widely respected for their purity and impeccable dedication to the service of devotees and fellow men, as well as to their own spiritual fulfillment. As a boy of 16, Bhagavan, whose name then was Venkat, while living in the house of his uncle in the holy city of Madurai, underwent a radical transformation. Triggered by a fear of death, he suddenly plunged within, and the Supreme Self, abiding in the heart, Ramana, revealed himself fully, irrevocably, ending with the death of the ego, or the illusion of a separate individuality. Bhagavan, following his father's command, that is, the grace pouring from Arunachala, brought the young sage to his final destination and his dwelling place until his Mahasamadhi, Arunachala. Bhagavan lived inside the Arunachaleswara temple and subsequently in various places around the temple and in various gates in Arunachala. His mother, Aragamal, eventually became her son's ardent devotee, and at the time of her death, by the grace of the Maharishi, attained liberation. Mother was brought to the foot of the hill on the southern face and was entered with the honors and recognition of a yani. Bhagavan would walk down the hill to visit the mother's samadhi and eventually remained there only, thus marking in 1922 the beginning of Sri Ramanasramam. This video presentation celebrates the ashram's centenary from 1922 to 2022, with images and footage portraying the ashram then and now.
ఓం నమో భగవతే శ్రీరమణాయ ఇలాంటి మంత్రం ఏదో ఒకటి పట్టుకుని మనం దాన్ని
by Arunachala Aksharam. Luckily, we have, this is the third generation of seeing the presence of Sri Ramana Ashram. Luckily, by Bhagwan's grace, we have been associated personally for the last 57 years. And it is very emotional to remember, as we used to call Ventu Mama, followed by Sundaram Mama, and now Dr. Anand Ramanan. We welcome. Looking back how the humble beginning of Sri Ramana Ashram started soon after the Samadhi of Mother Alagamad in 1922. It all started only with one hut at Mother Samadhi in 1922 and two huts by 1924. But by the end of 1950, just before the Mahasamadhi or the Nirvana of Bhagavan, he told a lot of distraught devotees, saying, where am I going? I will be always here. And it is so true. As devotees, like us, we go, we feel always His presence, even today. Although He is not physically there, but as people say, Bhagwan Ramana himself is just a concept, as Swami said. Today, far more people come to visit the ashram as Bhagwan had told the devotees. And Bhagwan knew exactly what the future held. Looking back, for all the last 5 to 6 decades, how much the facilities and the growth of the ashram, and in the last 30 years, it is phenomenal. But the traditions of the ashram have never changed. Bhagwan Ramanan lived forever, inspiring thousands of seekers across the world to find the answers for who am I, or living in the present, or abiding in the sun. Is there a better place for the seekers where Bhagwan lived for 28 years in what we call Sri Ramana Ashram, and a total of 54 years around the hill of Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai. The peace and tranquility of the ashram is very unique. We at Arunachala Aksharam, which was started in 1966, has always maintained a very close relationship with Sri Ramana Ashram. We always treat Bhagwan Ramana and Sri Ramana Ashram or the umbilical cords for us. It is a privilege and Bhagwan's grace. We are all able to celebrate this unique 100 years of celebration. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I request Badri to introduce Swami Sarvapriyananda.
We are delighted to welcome Swami Sarvapriyananda ji to this 100th anniversary of Ramana Ashram event here in New York. Swamiji has graced our ashram events, the past, it's always been a pleasure listening to them. His lectures on Vedanta continue to educate and inspire spiritual seekers all over the world. Swami, I'm going to keep it small because these Swami means performer attraction and glowing renowned proponent teacher for Advaita Vedanta. Swami joined with Arunachala order in 1994, took his monastic vows and investigation as was bestowed upon him. Swami Ramananda in 2004. He served as an acharya at the monastic probationary training center, Delhi. He also served the Ramanasramam order as vice principal of the Vidwan Higher Secondary School and later principal of Arunachala Aksharamanamalai College in Delhi. Swami served also as assistant minister of the Vedanta Society of Southern California in 2015. He was later appointed the head of the Vedanta Society of New York and has been serving since 2017. He is also the first group of Hindu Swamis to go to Harvard Divinity School in 2019-2020. Swami also speaks frequently at Singapore, focused on Vedanta, a strong proponent of Upanishads, philosophy particularly of self and consciousness. He has delivered several lectures in the same topic, and Fortune India mentions Swami as one of the best known lecturers of Vedanta in the world today. And recently, Swami has done a lecture in English on YouTube, and it's Bhagwan's grace and blessing to have Swamiji here with us today to celebrate the centenary celebrations of Ramana Ashram.
Asato Sadgamaya Tamaso Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amrikam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real, lead us from darkness unto light, lead us from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace. Namaste and good morning, everybody. Respected Dr. Ramanaji, respected Mohanji, other friends from the Arunachala Aksharam, authorities of the Hindu temple here, friends, devotees. It's an important occasion, and I feel inspired and blessed to be part of it. It's like the blessings of Vidwan Ramana. We are all blessed. See, the city is one of the largest cities in the world, and out of millions and millions of people, we have been called. It shows where, there's a saying that the grace of Ishvara, of Bhagavan, the grace of the Guru, and the grace of the scriptures is that when we have interest, when we respond to the spiritual power, this shows that we are really on the path. We are on the path to liberation, to enlightenment. I'm reminded of this nice little parable of the washerman and the diamond. See, there was a washerman. He had to conceive of a washerman in India. So he found this diamond. He didn't know what it was. He thought it was a rock. And after the way of the washerman there, and at least at one time, we have seen this. On the bank of river, they would take the dirty laundry and they would clean it, they would beat it on the rocks and they would scrub it. They would get it clean.
Now, this washerman found this amazing stone. He didn't know what it was. It's a big diamond, but he used it as a rock to scrub dirty laundry. And in this way, his days passed. Difficult, poverty, hard work. One day, he was curious about that stone, so he took it to his friend, the vegetable seller, and asked him, "What is this? It seems interesting." The vegetable seller said, "It seems to be an important or a significant thing. I will give you 10 rupees for it. Give it to me." Luckily, the washerman did not sell it to the vegetable seller. He went to somebody else who knew a little more, and then he went to somebody else who knew even more. Finally, he went to a diamond merchant. And the diamond merchant said, "My God, this is the most magnificent diamond that I have ever seen in my life. I will give you, 10 million rupees for it." And the washerman sold that diamond, and all his poverty was removed, all his sorrows went away. Well, the interesting thing is, the washerman always had the diamond. It was right there. But he did not recognize it for what it was. Just like that, we have it. We have the diamond right here. Who is here who is not aware? You're all aware. If you're listening to this talk, you're aware. If you're seeing this talk, you're aware. Or if you're fallen asleep, which happens in Vedanta talks, and you are dreaming, you're still aware. You're still aware. If you're in deep sleep, Vedanta state, you're still aware. Just aware of nothing, blank. So awareness we have. But we don't know what it really is. Our attention is not towards the awareness. Our attention is towards the objects of awareness. The Kathopanishad says, "Paranji mani vyatrinat swayam tasmat param pashyati nantara." Our senses and our mind, our whole attitude is turned outwards. The Lord has created us in such a way. So we see things, we hear, we smell, we taste, we touch, and what we have sensed, we think about those things, we remember those things, we desire those things, we hate those things, we work towards getting those things, we work towards avoiding the things we don't like, and this is our life. But all of this is possible because you are aware, because you are conscious, because of consciousness itself, awareness itself. But we have no interest in that awareness, which makes all of life possible. Everything that we do in life. So we are like that washerman who use the diamond to scrub dirty laundry. We are using this awareness for all the experiences of our life. But not paying attention, not turning the awareness to awareness itself. What is it? And we require somebody like the diamond merchant to introduce us to what we already have, what we already are. And the diamond merchant par excellence is Vidwan Ramana, who comes and introduces us to ourselves. And thereby, just as the washerman's sorrows, problems were solved by recognizing the value of the diamond which he had already. When we recognize what we are, when we see ourselves for what we are, all our problems are solved at a very deep existential level. Swami Vivekananda, when he was here in the United States, he would sometimes say to his American disciples, "If only you knew what you were. If only you knew what you are." So if only we know what we are. This quest to know ourselves. I remember in the Upadesha Sara, there is a very sweet little verse where Bhagavan Ramana introduces the whole of Vedanta in just a few words. Ahamayam kuto bhavati chimbata aivatatyaham nijavichara. So when a person inquires, this I sense, where does it come from? What is it? Then what happens? This self-inquiry, what does it lead to? Bhagavan says, aivatatyaham. He says, oh, amazing. Amazing result comes. Suddenly it will come. What will happen? This I sense will fall apart, will disintegrate. And then what will happen? I will disintegrate. No, you will not disintegrate. You will realize what you are for the first time. And this happens nija vichara, by inquiring into ourselves. What is this inquiry into ourselves? We'll talk about it for a little while. Let's see if it works. It is an entirely to our own experience of ourselves. Before I launch into this, remember, Bhagavan Ramana himself never did this. He did not need to do this. He did it in a very rudimentary, simple form, and that was enough for him. We know the whole story of how, as a young boy, he laid down once and visualized, tried to imagine strongly that I suppose I'm dead. Suppose his body is just like dead, so not breathing, not seeing, hearing, smelling, touching anything, mind has shut down, not thinking anything. And he did it so strong, suddenly realized everything is gone, but I am not gone. He realized that what that I is, the real I, when the transactional I, the ahankara, the ego, that separation happened, it fell apart for him. He realized what he truly was. Not that he did not go through studying Vedanta, Shravana, Manana, and enthusiasm like we all do. We study the texts, we go to teachers, we watch YouTube talks, nothing. He didn't do anything at all. Straight away. And then after that also, it's not that he ran to a library to see what happened to me, let me find out. No, he had got the reality. And what he did was, he stayed with that reality. He stayed with that reality. This is a sign of a fully enlightened person. Once they discover it, they want to immerse themselves in it. Sri Ramakrishna says, in that stage, 21 days, more than that, the body does not stay. And there are, of course, different stages of this. It's an immersion, the highest samadhi in your real nature. And there are different stages. Vedanta speaks about 4 levels after enlightenment. Brahmavit, the knower of Brahman, the one who has realized I am Brahman. And then there is the Brahmavit Vara, a superior knower of Brahman, who has realized that I am Brahman and can immerse himself or herself in that reality which he has found and stay there in samadhi, completely oblivious of the external world. But after some time, that person comes back to the awareness of this external world. So there are these 2 stages, and these are not stages of the Atman. These are not even stages of the enlightened one. These are stages of the mind. So this is called Samadhi and Vyuthana. What Krishna was asked by Arjuna in the 2nd chapter of the Gita. The enlightened person, Sthita Prajna. How is that enlightened person in Samadhi? How is that enlightened person when he is not in Samadhi? Vyuthana, walks, talks, interacts. Then there is another level which is called Brahmavit Variha, which means the person gets immersed in Samadhi and cannot come back by himself. Somebody else, we would often see this in the life of Sri Ramakrishna, you see the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita. Sometimes he's in Samadhi and then somebody else has to chant the name of God in his ear, chant a mantra, then only he comes back to external awareness. By himself he cannot come back. The absorption is so deep. And then there is a final stage, Brahmavit Varishta, also known as the Tulyaga stage, where the person becomes immersed in the ultimate reality and will not come back, neither by himself nor by anybody else's effort. And in that stage, for 21 days, if the body remains, then the body will go away. The person, of course, has emerged in the infinite, as realized. Remember, one thing to understand is these are different stages of absorption of the mind. It's not that they are different levels of enlightenment. Once you are realized, you are Brahmavit, the same realization is there throughout. But the mind differs for the different sadhakas. Except, Sri Ramakrishna says, in some cases, the Tulyaga also, instead of the body going away in 21 days, by the wish of Ishvara, by the wish of the Lord, that one can come back again and be a great force for welfare to the world. You notice in Bhagavan's life, after the enlightenment, he goes and remains immersed there, day after day, week after week, month after, his body really went and the termites bit into his leg. He was completely oblivious of the external world. So, I think this is one of the rarest of rare cases, where after the complete immersion, the highest period hours, he comes back again. This is the will of Ishvara, of the Lord, and becomes this force which we are experiencing here. 100 years later, 100 years after the establishment of the ashrama, 100 years later here in New York, we are experiencing. Across the world, we are experiencing. What was Vivekananda said, that knowledge, the highest knowledge of Advaita Vedanta, which was the property of a few monks and two pandits. He said, I will take it and spread it across the world. That knowledge which was restricted to caves and mountains and forests, I shall spread it across the cities of the world. See now, because of the influence of Vidwan Ramana, see how everywhere across the world, this is our common heritage, a spiritual heritage. Back to the dynamic. So, as I said, we already have that dynamic. We only need to notice it, appreciate it for what it is, and that will solve our problems. How? Notice here that we are all aware. Just now you are looking at me and listening to me, you are aware. And notice what is happening right now. It is self-inquiry. What kind of inquiry is it? There are multiple methods in Vedanta. There is Drishya Viveka, the analysis of the seer and the seen. There is the Pancha Kosha Viveka from the Taittiriya Upanishad, the analysis of the 5 levels of the human personality, more and more subtle, more and more inner. There is the Mandukya Upanishad based Avasthatraya Vichara, an inquiry based on waking, dreaming, deep sleep. So multiple methods. Sureshwaracharya, the great disciple of Adi Shankaracharya, he says that all these methods are there. And by whatever method a person comes to enlightenment, all those methods are welcome. See, liberal, completely liberal attitude, open to whatever may come in the future also. By any method you become enlightened, it is welcome. He says, all are welcome. So these are many, many methods. Notice, Ramana Ashram never used any of these methods. Either he learned them, not he used them. Directly, just a question occurred to him, then he became enlightened. Notice also, when we talk about these methods, Pancha Kosha, Drishya Viveka, Avasthatraya, a person who is enlightened, when that person turns the attention back to the reality, which is his own reality, they don't use these things. These methods are used only for us, to acquaint us with the diamond, to make us acquainted with our real nature. Once we are acquainted with it, then you don't have to, if you are a Brahmajnani, you don't have to sit and do whatever you do, drink Drishya Viveka, you don't need to. Because method and work, you need not use it again. Sri Ramakrishna gave the example of, if one thorn is in your flesh, you take another thorn and pick out that thorn, and then throw both away. You don't keep the second thorn in your flesh next. So the method is also discarded. You know you are Brahman. It's absolutely clear and available to you all the time. The essential approach is this in all the methods. Notice that you are aware that you are listening, you are seeing. Now, look carefully. This awareness, because of which I am able to see you, and the same awareness because of which I am able to hear, seeing you and you are hearing my voice, seeing and hearing, these are two different things. The experience of seeing is different from the experience of hearing. But remember, notice that both are made possible by the same awareness. Did the awareness change? Did the consciousness change? No. The object of experience change. Object of experience is seeing. I am seeing you now. This is an object of experience. The object of experience is hearing. I am listening now. I am hearing. The two objects are different. The objects of experience are different. Our experiences also are different. The experience of seeing is different. The experience of hearing is different. But both are made possible by the same awareness. It's not enough to just assent to it. It's a very, very simple fact. All of us we see. You just have to notice it. Oh, that is true. When we are seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, these are multiple experiences. We have this throughout the day. And I can see delicious food is being arranged behind you. Soon you will have the experience of smelling and tasting and so on. But it is the same awareness which is now listening to the talk, which is the same awareness which will give you through the mind and the tongue the experience of tasting. to the mind and the nose, the experience of smelling. Same awareness. The objects change and therefore the experience changes. But the awareness does not change. The awareness is the same. Not only the senses, our thoughts. We are thinking, same awareness. Thinking holy thoughts, spiritual thoughts, meditating, repeating mantra, same awareness. Going to the market and purchasing things in the middle of like a mall and very busy, same awareness. Whether it is spiritual or secular, same awareness. Whether the thoughts are calm and quiet and centered, same awareness. Whether they are very busy and agitated, same awareness. See, awareness did not become agitated. The thoughts become agitated. But awareness did not become agitated. Awareness is the same. Mind is full of love. Same awareness illumines the mind full of love. Mind is full of dislike. Same awareness illumines the mind full of dislike. It is like the chandelier here. The light spreads around the room. Whatever, so many objects in this room are all illuminated by the same light. When the light illumines the stage, light does not become a stage. When the light illumines a human being, light does not become a human being. It illumines all the objects present here. And these objects will also change. People will come and go. Chairs will be taken and chairs will be put in. Just before this, we have the magnificent musical performance. And now we have a speech. Same light is illuminating all of it. And also, very interesting, that everything goes away. All the chairs are taken. Everybody has left the hall, empty hall, illuminated by the same light. Similarly, the awareness illumines whatever object is presented to it. And there's an object being presented. It's being used as an exercise. See? It is shining in awareness. We will wait until the baby is gone. Emotions, likes and dislikes, happy and sad, all illuminated by the same awareness. And very interesting. When you fall asleep, this entire world disappears. All the senses shut down. This body also is not aware of. Then a entirely new world of dreams arises. Different people, different place, different activities. Even though there is a body in the dream, a different body, which is imagined in the dream, but it feels real. And all of that, this extraordinarily different experience is illuminated by the same awareness. One must acknowledge this, not just assent to it. Okay, yeah, it seems to be right. But notice, yes, it's true. My whole world went away, including my body, including the time and space I was in, bedroom, I'm going to sleep. That's gone from the awareness. And a new world is coming. Same awareness is illuminated. And then everything goes away. Deep sleep, same awareness is illuminated. So this awareness, which continues constantly through all our experiences, there's a name for this. This is called the witness consciousness, sakshi. At this point, some may say, the common mistake to make is, oh, so it's a very nice exercise that you have to witness everything, calmly watch everything. No. That's not what is meant here. The calmly watching everything, that's a meditative exercise. Now it is very popular, mindfulness meditation, which is good, which is a very good exercise, but it's an exercise. If you stop doing that exercise, it will go away. The mind, if you make it calm and observant, it's like a spring. You sit on it, it can be pushed down. The moment you let it go, it will speed up again. And that's why people who do those meditation exercises, especially if you do it seriously over a long period of time, you will get a very calm and quiet mind, generally. But you will also be surprised and annoyed and disappointed. Why after so many years of meditation, my mind was restless. The very nature of the mind. But this is not what we are talking about. The awareness we are talking about, the diamond we are talking about, it's not the mind. It cannot be disturbed. Even when the mind is disturbed, that awareness which you are is not disturbed. So here is where I tell the story, one of the stories which I repeated so many times, but it's worth repeating it again. There was this man who went to a Swami in the Himalayas in India and said, and translate, he said in Hindi, "I am very dukhi, I am very sad." And the Swami said to him, "Are you aware of your sadness? अपने दुख को जानते हो? Are you aware of it? Do you experience sadness?" "Of course I experience sadness, that's why I come to you. I experience my misery, that's why I come to you. I'm miserable, I'm experiencing misery." Then the Swami said to him, "दुख को जानते हो तो तुम दुख के दृष्टा हो, तुम दुखी नहीं हो. If you are aware of your misery, then you are the witness of the misery. You are the light which is illuminating the misery. You are the awareness to which misery is appearing. You are not miserable. You are not miserable. See, the light when it falls, as I said, light illuminates the stage, it doesn't become a stage. Light illuminates the podium, does not become a podium. The light illuminates the person, light doesn't become the person. Nor does it stick to the stage and the podium of the person. When I go away, will I shine a little bit because I'm carrying some of the light away? No. When we all go away, does the wall become dim because we've taken the light away from here? No. The light just illuminates completely unattached to what it illuminates. Similarly, it's an example. Similarly, consciousness illuminates all of it and it's not tainted by what it illuminates. So it's a lot of misery in the mind. Consciousness does not become miserable. It reveals the experience of misery. It makes possible the experience of misery. It is true. We are miserable, we have that experience only because we are aware. We are happy only because we are aware. We are peaceful, disturbed only because we are aware. But the awareness is not miserable or happy or peaceful or disturbed. तुम दुखी नहीं हो, तुम दुख के दृष्टा हो. You are not miserable, you are the witness of the misery. This person went and thought for a while. If you think like this, you will immediately see the effect will be the mind will become calm, a little relaxed, a little detached. So he came back and he said, "आप सच कहते हैं, मैं बहुत शांत हूँ, मैं दुखी नहीं हूँ, मैं बहुत शांत हूँ. You are just telling the truth. I am not miserable. I am very peaceful now." Immediately the Swami scolded him again. तुम शांत नहीं हो, तुम अपने मन की शांति के दृष्टा हो. You are not peaceful. You are the witness of the peace in your mind. Which is true. See what happens is it's a trap. Moment the mind becomes peaceful, the spiritual advice works. Now I am very peaceful. But it won't last. It's the peace of the mind. The moment you go out, that man goes back to Himalayas, back to Delhi traffic jam or whatever it is, the peace in the mind will go to pieces. You will think, "Oh, in the ashram I was very happy, in the mountains, but here." No. That awareness which illuminates the misery in the mind, that awareness which illuminates the peace in the mind, that awareness which illuminates the pieces of the peace later on when the mind becomes disturbed again, that awareness is not disturbed. That awareness has peace, is the nature of, very nature is peace itself, which cannot become restless, which cannot become disturbed. The Mandukya Upanishad calls that awareness Shantam. Not Shanta, not Shanti Maya or Shanti Purna, not full of peace or not pervaded by peace. It is peace itself. Choicelessly, you cannot disturb that awareness. Every disturbance is an object to you, the awareness. So this awareness, which pervades all our experiences, which makes possible all our experiences, which pervades our waking, dreaming, deep sleep, this is what you are. According to Vedanta, we may say that, yeah, I understand that, but I am awareness, also mind, also but not also mind, also God. You are just awareness. Mind and body and the world are just incidental to you. They come like pictures in front of you. Like the screen showing various kinds of pictures, like that it comes before you, use awareness. And what is part of that picture? This world, this body, this mind, this personality. All of those are pictures. They come before you. You are unaffected by it. You make this entire movie show possible. This is your nature. This is our nature as awareness. This is the diamond. Notice already the benefit of that. The real value of the diamond is in knowing that it is worth 10 million rupees. That's what the diamond merchant showed. The real value of this awareness, we know we are aware. It's not helping us. We have to be introduced to the value of this awareness. Look at the value of this awareness. If I am just this awareness, not the body, then the characteristics of the body are not my characteristics. Old, young, body, not awareness. Birth and death, body, not awareness. Old age, disease, death, these are characteristics of the body or the pranamaya, but not of awareness. Awareness does not become, say, I am overweight, I need to lose weight, a big problem. But I am overweight, who is that I? Is it awareness which is overweight? Can awareness be 80 kilos or 150 pounds, 200 pounds? No, impossible, it's ridiculous, it's laugh. So this shift in our identity, not this body, but I am this awareness. It's the body. I'm not denying that the body is overweight. I'm not denying that the body is sick. I'm not even denying that one day the body will die. These are characteristics and properties of the body. Keep them in the body. Don't take them for yourself. One sadhu said, the trick to drawing benefit from Vedanta is this. Very simple advice. Jo jahan ka cheez hai mahatma ji usko wahi rehne do. Whatever belongs where, things which belong, keep them in their place where they belong. Where does old age belong? In the body, not in you. Where does pain belong? In the body, not in you. Try it. If you pinch yourself, you will feel this pain, peculiar sensation here. That's there. You are the awareness experiencing. You are making it possible. The experience of pain is also possible because of awareness. But awareness is not in pain. Pain is in the body. Make sure that you keep it where it belongs. Jo jahan ka cheez hai, usko wahi rehne do. Restlessness. I'm meditating so much, mind is not calming down. Good. One must meditate and try to calm the mind down. But Vedanta is pointing out, restlessness and calmness are properties of the mind. Keep them in the mind. It's good that you're changing the restlessness of the mind to calmness of the mind. But in either case, you are calm. You cannot be disturbed. You have the peace which cannot be disturbed. Because you have that awareness cannot be disturbed. You be happy. Then what about the calmness of the mind? It's a good project. It's a great practice. The mind is your instrument. If the mind is calm, then it's much more useful. If the mind is disturbed, it's not useful to you. So it's a meditation, it's a great instrument for calming the mind down, for clearing the instrument. It's like polishing the mirror. Swami Vivekananda said, all that we can do is polish the mirror. You cannot improve the Atma. You can polish the mirror, the mind, purify it, concentrate it, make it peaceful. These are all very good practices. But remember, in either case, if your meditation is very good, you are the ever perfect, ever undisturbed Atma. If your meditation is not good and disturbed mind, you are the ever perfect, ever undisturbed Atma. In either case, choicelessly so you are that. You're very upset. Our mind is disturbed by some problem in the world or some strong desire. Even then, you are the choicelessly calm, ever pure Atma. One must notice it as a fact, not as a kind of positive affirmation. I am Atma Satchidananda. That's good, but that's not Vedanta. Vedanta is, take a look at yourself. Is this not true? So see the benefit of it. Fear of death. That's the beginning. People are the fear of death. It will not go away so easily by saying that I am ever present. The body will die, but I am all right. But still, it's a beginning. It's a beginning. It creates a little psychological gap between us and the body, between us and the death of birth and death of the body. I am fine. Need not be afraid of it. Vivekananda says that it's less than 1 hair falling from the head, like the one body going away. How many bodies have come and gone in our journey through many lifetimes? We are all masters at dying. PhD. We have done it so many times, with many lives, we need not at all be afraid. It is not our death anyway. So, see the benefit of realizing yourself as this ever-present consciousness. as this awareness. Further, question will remain. So I am not the body, not the mind, these are objects, I am the ever-present Atman, the consciousness. These objects are changing, body is changing from birth to childhood, middle age, old age, and death one day. Mind is continuously changing. And I am free of those changes, I am enabling them and enabling the experience of those changes. But so many bodies and minds are there. So in each of them separate consciousness is there or not? This question will come. And the answer in Vedanta is no. Apart from body and mind, you cannot distinguish one consciousness from another. There are consciousness is not a multiple. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Kshetradyam Javimam Vidhi Sarva Kshetreshu Bharata. O Arjuna, in all these bodies and in these minds, there is one knower, one illuminator, one consciousness. And I am that. So this Krishna gives you the idea, one consciousness in all bodies. And also the idea of God in Vedanta is that one consciousness shining through all bodies and minds. You must know, in witness consciousness, I am witness consciousness in this body and mind, the same witness consciousness in every body and mind. We are all one at the level of awareness or consciousness. Immediately somebody will ask that, but I know the contents of this mind. Why I don't know the contents of all the minds if I have the same consciousness everywhere? There is a subtle point here. Remember, when we say I know, already I, the awareness, have become identified with this mind. And the process of knowing is a process in the mind. So in each mind I am the knower of that mind. In this mind I am the knower of this mind. This is a Vedanta concept called Upadhi, the associated adjunct. So in this Upadhi, I am the knower in this body mind, and through this body mind I know. And there also I have the same. Like the Upadhi where all bodies and minds, that is Ishvara's position. Ishvara can know the contents of every mind. But regardless of whether I know the contents of every mind, I am the same consciousness which enables all minds to function and illumines all minds. I feel one with everybody. See the benefit of that. We have these samsara in our relationships with others. I love this person. I dislike that person. I am indifferent to that third person. This is samsara. The enlightened one has no such feeling at all. Has the feeling of oneness with everybody. That's why when you come to a person, a spiritually advanced person, when you come close to this person, you immediately, one thing you feel is, this person is my very own. You feel like you need a kinship with that person. So that person functions like a mirror, has no hold on this individuality of himself. So he feels, I am one with all of them. That's why you immediately feel the enlightened person, the spiritual person is on my side, always my well-wisher. Well-wisher in the highest sense. They may scold you, may push you towards spiritual life, but they know spiritual life is the greatest blessing in our lives. So, the benefit of that, oneness of all existence, because we are the same consciousness in all beings. And one more thing Advaita will say is that, what about this universe? I am consciousness, very good. I am not born with the body, I don't get old with the aging of the body, I don't die with the death of the body. I am one consciousness. I am not disturbed with the disturbance of the mind. I am one consciousness. I have no feeling of others with regard to others. We are all one being, yes, I am consciousness. But what is this universe, this physical universe, this body, this mind, these objects, what are they? The objects which come in consciousness, what are they? We normally feel they are different. So here is where the light and object example will break down. Here the light is different and the stage, podium, microphone are different. But Vedanta says, as far as consciousness and its objects are concerned, notice, all the objects arise in consciousness. They are experienced in consciousness. And they disappear also, that also is experienced in consciousness. There is no possibility of any experience of anything outside consciousness. Because experience means you are conscious. Objects cannot be experienced without reference to consciousness at all. So Vedanta makes the amazing claim, whatever you are experiencing, whoever you are experiencing, your own body and mind, external world, everything is nothing but you, the consciousness. You are appearing as your own objects. Whatever we are seeing are like pictures on a screen. You are the screen on which the universe is appearing like a movie. Not one person here, not one being here, not one happening here is different from you, the consciousness, the awareness. Who are they? You. What is all this? You. Isn't the amazing movie of our lives? Then what? Enjoy. You have now got the 10 million rupees by selling, much more than that, by selling the diamond, and you now see the benefit of this. Your life will become a blessing to yourself and everybody else around you. When you feel like this, when you realize this, and stay with it. The whole thing is to reflect upon it, to hear these truths again and again, to reflect upon it, and stay with it. Stay with it means also to try to act as if this is true. What we just discussed right now. More we act, more natural it becomes. It's becoming natural. Becoming acquainted with your nature as consciousness, as awareness. This is called Jivan. Staying with this nature as consciousness and manifesting it in our day-to-day activities, in our thought patterns, in our speech, and in our activities, a reaction to the world. That is called Jivan. The enlightened while living. In Gita it is called Sthita Prajna, the established wisdom. What is Prajna? I am consciousness, I am awareness. What is ignorance? I am body mind, I am Sarvapriyananda, ignorance. What is knowledge? I am awareness. And the thing is, it's constantly present before us. It's not a new thing at all. This is the culmination of all religion, spirituality, according to Vedanta. The highest truth. This instantly transforms our life. At least it instantly transforms our understanding of what's going on there. And then it transforms our life. I pray to Bhagavan, the Ramana, the Lord to bless all of us, that we may have this realization in our lives and manifest it in our day-to-day life. Make our lives blessed and become a blessing to society, to community, all around us. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat.
Thank you, Swami, for your enlightening talk. We've been always privileged to hear Swami for our global satsang, and also he has come to Arunachala Aksharam a couple of times, and I'll give you a small on the lighter side. This is about a couple of years back. He came to Arunachala Aksharam, and it snowed heavily on the previous day. I got a call from Venice Hotel. Shall we cancel it? He called me at 1 o'clock, and again he called me at 4 o'clock. I said, we shall still do it. Swamiji is coming. And yesterday it reminded me, with all the rain pouring, again we were back to square one. But with Swamiji's blessings, it always works out. People will always come, and we are always blessed to hear his talks. Now I request Dr. Anand Ramanan, President of Sri Ramana Ashram, to give a few thoughts.
ज्योतिर्मयं शाश्वतं स्थानं प्राप्य विराजते निर्मताम् अज्ञानमन्यं पश्यन् विष्णुपवित्रमयसति यो विश्वशकारे परः तस्मै श्रीरमणाय लोकगुरवे शोकस्य हन्त्रे नमः। Tuppadi Villa Ippirupenpai Pudavaye Arunachala. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the mumukshus and to the blessed Atmas gathered here. I'm so happy and privileged to be invited by Mohanji of Arunachala Aksharam, other executive members of Arunachala. And thank you for celebrating the centenary event of Ramana Ashram in such a grand manner. With all our peoples. For an organization is only as strong as the sum of its parts. I'm always proud to say we have some of the brightest spiritual minds that can exist anywhere. And thank you for carrying on the legacy of our Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavatam and Dennis Bhakti with such dedication and devotion. Swami, it's a privilege to have you amidst us today. Your deep knowledge, unflappable confidence, intense bhakti, and rare humility have made you the perfect messenger for the lofty teachings of Sanatana Dharma to prevail. I've had the privilege of listening in silence, in late night, your discourses online. And probably I've interacted once with you over this Zoom. This is the first time, and it's a great privilege to meet you in person as always. And as he said in his talk, when you see such a bright person, it just brings a fragrance to the whole gathering. And your presence today is the highlight of this evening. Friends, the topic I have chosen today is our two topics, because they merge seamlessly into one. The purpose of Vidwan Ramana's incarnation and why he is the greatest spiritual teacher. And I will refer to Sri Ramana Maharishi as Bhagavan, as we all know him that way. And Bhagavan is the incarnation of Dakshinamurti and Adi Shankara. Friends, I'm not making this up, being his great grandnephew or the present of the Ashram. Quote Bhagavan Ramana himself. And there is an invocation sloka composed by Bhagavan himself in the Tamil translation of Shankara's Dakshinamurti Shloka. And promise you this is the only one I'm going to read. I'll just read the translations going forward as I do it all on. So it reads Manuva Muniva Chanting Manave Tenmuka Mutiyar Tibernd Unamam Tandile Tiber Peter Tulir Tanmayam Sonava Shankaran Tunum. And the meaning is Shankara, that's Lord Shiva, who appears as Dakshinamurti to grant peace to the great ascetics, who revealed his true state of silence and who expressed the nature of the self. In this hymn abides in me. And similarly, Bhagavan's invocation sloka for his Tamil translation of Adi Shankara's Atma-bodham. I'll just read the translation. Can Shankara, the enlightener of the self, be different from one's own self? Who but he, thus this day, abiding as the inmost self, if we say this in Tamil language. So, friends, we see that Bhagavan in his own chest number declares that Shankara and Dakshinamurti are nothing but manifestations of one's own self, and that it is Shankara himself abiding in him as Ramana Maharishi, who composed the Tamil translation of his Sanskrit works. The purpose of Bhagavan's incarnation was to restore and adapt the ancient act of Atma Vichara or self-inquiry to the modern conditions. In ancient times, it had been a path, as Swami said, for serious seekers to go into caves and spend their whole lifetime there and in constant meditation. It was reserved for the heroic few who could strive in solitude, withdrawn from the world, in constant meditation. Now, as we expect, this practice therefore became increasingly rare over time and almost disappeared. And what Bhagavan did was, he restored it in a new form, and by combining it with Karma Yoga in such a way that this could be used in the conditions of the modern world, since it requires no ritual or outer forms of worship. It is in fact the most ideal method for the needs of our times. And here are Bhagavan's own words in verse 8 of his devotional hymn to Arunachala Aksharamanamalai, declaring the purpose of his descent on earth. And again, as we know it, moving to, people who know the Tamil Parayana, it starts with people, and I will go to the translation. I was born in the holy Tiruvannamalai, the seat of Vidwan renowned throughout the world, to the virtuous Sundara and his faithful wife Sundari, in order that Shiva, the absolute consciousness, might shine forth and the self flourish, and that I may be rescued from the misery of the world and the snares of the despicable senses. The Lord of Radio, Arunachala, raised me to his state. It's a very affirmative statement. And it's not just for him, Bhagavan, nothing that the Jnani says is for him. As Swami said, they will leave the body in 21 days. So why did he keep that body for 54 years? It's for all of us. I mean, it's both aspirational and inspiration. So that, as one writer said, the Bhagavan Ramana didn't come on this earth to form a new religion or show how great he is. He came to make us all Ramanas like him, like the mirror image of him. So, now I'm going to go to his life, the essence of his life, his whole life actually, Atma Vichara or self-inquiry. The foundation of the self-inquiry, as taught by Bhagavan, lies in the principles of the greater Vedanta. The core teaching of Vedanta is that we are all the pure self, pure consciousness, Satchitananda. But we chose to identify ourselves with body and mind in Ajnana or ignorance. And the goal of life, the goal of human work is to attain the self. Bhagavan said, quote, your own self-realization is the greatest service you can render to the world. And he was categorical about that. He must have said this several thousand times. The way to attain the self, to the self, is through self-inquiry. Bhagavan taught us all the karma marga leads to chitta shuddhi, mental purification, but it does not confer mukti. Only vichara or self-inquiry can lead to the permanent release. In verse 11 of Viveka Chudamani, Adi Shankara also says the same thing. What leads to purification of the mind, not to the perception of reality? The realization of truth is brought about by vichara and not in the least, by even 10 million actions. Not 10 million actions. Now, with my limited time, I would like to break down Bhagavan's thought. Bhagavan teaching the uniqueness of its amazing clarity and about the practice of self-inquiry. And anything he will turn the devotee back to self-inquiry and bring it within the grasp of the understanding of even the common force. So it's almost like for mathematicians in the group, it's almost like a theorem, how scientifically he goes one layer after layer. So the first is, he relentlessly brought our attention to the I thought. In Sadharshana, verse 26, Bhagavan says, when the I thought arises, all things arise with it. When it does not, there is nothing else. What Swami said. Bhagavan taught us that the ego is nothing but just a bundle of thoughts. And the root of which is the I thought. In deep sleep, when we are egoless and thought-free, there is bliss and harmony. Even the greatest tragedy or pain cannot touch us in that state. The moment we wake up to the cause of our vasanas or predispositions, the ego or I thought springs up, and from it springs up the entire world along with it, or samsara does. So, Bhagavan says, we're starting. Pay attention intensely to the I thought. The next step, he asks us to go a little deeper by asking us to investigate the nature of this I thought. In to quote Bhagavan from Upadesha verse 18, he says, thoughts alone make up the mind, and of all the thoughts, the I thought is the root thought, is the root. What is called the mind is but the notion mind. It commonly uses the word mula, that's the root. And again, we quote Sadharshana, verse 25. Gita describes the I thought. Holding a form, it arises. Holding a form, it stays. Holding and feeding on a form, it thrives. Leaving one form, it takes hold of another. So, Bhagavan says that the I thought cannot exist on its own. It needs adjuncts, upadhis, to cling to for its existence. These adjuncts are names, forms, likes, dislikes. If we strip these adjuncts, there is nothing for the I to feed on. These are the energy that the I thought gets on. We give it energy, we give it life. So, this gives us a clue as how to conduct vichara. So, we should start the I thought of all its props. Coming to the third step. Third step is exactly that, to isolate the I thought to its pure form. Bhagavan calls this aham vritti. The way to do this is by abhyasa and vairagya. So as Swami said, we have to do repeated practice. We keep slipping into jnana, but hey, so what? We go back again. Because as Bhagavan said, we are all demons. The biggest quality a spiritual seeker needs to is to be a Veena, to be fearless and to be persistent. And so, and again, all scriptures also exhort these values. These are the values if somebody succeeds in spiritual practice, they exhibit these two qualities. In Bhagavan's words, it is true wisdom for the mind to turn away from outer objects and behold its own effulgent form. Basis are in verse 16. Coming to the fourth step, people scrutinize the nature of the I thought, which now we are successfully isolated, and discover that it's the greatest imposture that has ever been created, because it never existed. And once we do that, what remains behind is not a state of dullness or blankness, but a state of pure awareness, of purna, no shunya, but extreme state of awareness, and which Bhagavan calls awareness, when it's not associated with any thought. What Bhagavan uses for it is aham spurna, aham spurna. Bhagavan's words again from Ramanasramam 17. When unceasingly the mind scrutinizes its own form, you will see that there is no such thing as a mind. This is a direct path, open for all. Open for all. This is Bhagavan's words. This is a revolutionary declaration, emphasizing the uniqueness of Bhagavan's teachings. Bhagavan declares that the mind as we know it, or I, as we conceive it, are figments of imagination with no basis in reality. Coming to the fifth step, fifth statement, is to go a little deeper again, to search for the source of the spurious I thought or might. I'll quote Bhagavan's centenary teaching at the age of 21, the Who Am I book, and where it is more than who am I, it's more like whence am I? Whence did this I thought spring up and from there? Again, to quote Bhagavan, when one turns within and searches whence this I thought arises, the I vanishes and wisdom's quest begins. And then, I'm sorry, this is from verse 19 of this. And in Sadarshana, verse 29, he says, seize the all top of I and search with inward diving mind whence the I thought springs up. This is the way of wisdom. To think instead, I am not this, but I am that, is help in the search, but it is not inquiry itself. Again, now leads to the final step, and that is to find then what is the true I. And Bhagavan says, trace it back to the seat of the Atman, the Hridayam, and merge in it. That is the next verse of Sadarshana, verse 30, quote. When the mind turns inward, seeking who am I, and merges in the heart, when it merges in the heart, then the spurious I bows its head in shame, and the true I, the one I, appears as itself. Though it appears as I, it is not the ego, it is the reality, perfection, the substance of the self. This is aham bodha, aham bodha. For this last step, taking samadhi in the heart to bear fruition, we need one important gift, the grace of the Guru, the grace of the Guru. We can stride along the path with complete earnestness, following the steps sincerely, but we must wait patiently for the final conservation of the mind and the heart by invoking the Guru's grace, by being worthy of this. And with the Guru's grace, we finally reach or become the real self, the heart, the Satchitananda, Brahman, eternal awareness, consciousness. So, Bhagavan's Atma Vidya is therefore in essence, Hridaya Vidya, the journey to reach this heart, the spiritual heart. It is the direct path that Bhagavan laid out for those who have the courage and the single point of determination to attain self-realization in this world, not for the next one or the one next, this world. And having the knowledge, why not? It's just a question of our sincerity and just our determination that will eventually be in all of us getting that. Marga Arjavat in Bhagavan's works. As sincere seekers and devotees, we all know that following all the problems at their root, the I thought, by the inquiry, who am I, or more precisely, whence am I, we stop identifying ourselves with the body and mind, go inwards and find and merge with the true self. As Swami said, we then love everybody. There is no hatred, there is no jealousy, there is no room for this small life. We are happy at everybody's success. So we also, in reality, live a beautiful external life while continuing this inward journey. That's the beauty of Bhagavan's Vedantic life. It's not a dichotomy. It's all in one. So as we go along, we better become humans too. Bhagavan also, as we all know, was always positive. No negativity about it. And he never denounced other paths such as seva, japa, dhyana, or puja. But he encouraged everyone to add self-inquiry to these practices. He asked us to turn our attention to the I who is chanting, the I who is meditating, the I who is worshiping. That is his direct path. The question then arises as how we can function in this world if we take to this practice. And again, Bhagavan, in his death experience, explains this, answers this question. He says, other thoughts might come and go like various notes of music, but the I continues like the fundamental Shruti note that underlies and blends with all other states. State of Turiya, which underlies all the other states. And Bhagavan, in fact, uses the word Turiya Vita. You have even go beyond Turiya. So, all we have to do is to keep our focus in the fundamental I note while carrying on our prarabdha, the karmas we perform. This way, the more allotted as per our prarabdha karma gets discharged naturally and efficiently. The beauty of Bhagavan's teachings is that he empowers everyone who comes to him to use their own present self-awareness as a powerful tool in the presence of self-realization. As Swamiji said, we are all carrying million-dollar diamonds within ourselves. So that is the energy we use as turns our attention. makes us realize that. Because his experience was anubhavam, experience directly. He emphasized the focus was not less on theory and completely on anubhavam, on practice, or the experience of the truth. To bring this home, Bhagavan often used the example of deep sleep. By drawing your attention to deep sleep, Bhagavan always used to bring your attention to the state of bliss. That is the experience of all of us. And he used to describe the state, how we should, he used to describe that state as Jagrat Shushakti. It's like we should all be in the world like a dream sleep. Or we dream of it. So we are awake, but we are in the deep sleep state. That's how we go about our lives. The ultimate human goal is to try to replicate the experience of waking state. So he brings the difficult to comprehend philosophical concepts like self-realization within the realms of experience and understanding. Again, to quote him, he says, in a dark room with no light, are we not aware that you exist? So that's the self-luminous nature of the awareness, that it is self-effulgent. We don't need external lights to know that we exist. And again, by using that ever-present and ever-available feeling of awareness, Bhagavan provides a potent beacon that eventually leads us to our true self, something within our being. Friends, many teachers of Vedanta and Ashram, it's one of the highlights of my service. And another way, the universal feedback is that Bhagavan's teachings represent the saram or essence of all our scriptures. Following his teachings allows us to taste the sweetness of the sugar inherent in Vedantic knowledge. As I outlined above, the sweetness of bliss is inherent in ourselves and in our own life. We don't have to go, they are all Kuberas as Hindu Swamis. They are the richest people on this earth. Once we even get a small taste of this bliss inherent in us, we will stop looking outside, externally, for any fulfillment. It's not just over. We are control. He talks with Ramana Maharishi. Bhagavan says this beautifully. Oh, the mind having been so long as a cow, accustomed to grazing on the neighbor's field, he compares the mind to that. Because it's used to going, there is beautiful grass in its field, but it loves going out and chopping off the grass with the neighbor. So the keeper of the cow tempts the cow with luscious grass and fine fodder. Now she will refuse it the first time, then takes a bit, but her innate tendency is still to stray away, and it will keep asserting its superiority. But when the cow herd is persistent and repeatedly keeps feeding the cow luscious grass, over time she accustoms herself to this stall. Finally, even if you don't lock this cow, it will not go out. Similarly, it is with the mind. Once it finds the inner happiness, it will not wander. The path is of course arduous, but it is made simple. The more importantly, joyful by His grace, which is eternal. Grace is eternal, still flowing. Bhagavan was never the body. He shines within all of us as our inner glow. More than 70 years after his samadhi, devotees increasingly from all over the world continue to feel his living presence. Now as then, he comes anyone who approaches him. Who see he is here. Now I go to the second part of the topic, which is just a little bit of the first part. Why he is the greatest spiritual teacher? Saints and sages who are the most normal people we know and who prefigure the evolutionary possibilities of the race fill us with deep joy, for they are faithful photographs of our own innermost selves and the patterns of the future outward perfection of our mankind. And as Swami said, they are like mirrors, they show us what we are. 3. Ramana, who's clad in Paulina, had the air and the authority of a royal emperor, and his name still has a news value of a cinema star. When Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, the great Sanskrit scholar, was living in Maharishi in 1908, he describes a phenomenon he observed. Something like a meteor appeared at dawn, touched Maharishi's forehead, retreated and came back and touched him 6 times. Again, as we all know, on that fateful night of April 14, 1950, when Maharshi cast off his body, a bright meteor shooting over the ashram was seen by all and sunbeam all over Sarvapriyananda. Similar phenomena, flashes of light, visions, miraculous healing, had often been reported to Maharshi, but he brushed them off aside or gave simple and natural explanations of them and warned people not to think of such odd happenings, but to pursue the grand aim of self-realization, which is the greatest miracle, the biggest sympathy of all. In many books which describe his life and teachings, we get a wealth of views and varied views and impressions whose variety reflects the differences of several writers and the freedom of approach which Bhagavan not only permitted but welcomed in his devotees and disciples. His daily actions were the ultimate lessons in spirituality. To a question of the relationship between Karma Yoga and Nishtama Karma, he did not answer, but he kept polishing a wooden stick that was found, and in the manner of a Zen master, without uttering a word, he walked up the hill, picked up the stick, and gave it to a shepherd boy who was roaming around having lost his stick. Then he said to the questioner, quote, "The making of the walking stick is Karma Yoga. The gift of it is Nishkama. The sage did not make it or take it for himself. Similarly, we all know the making and eating of an apana serve as an allegory and a sacrament. The most highest Upanishad truth in just the making of apana. Apart from his spoken, acted, and written teachings, the simple human friendliness of Bhagavan showed the utter savilabhya, the easy accessibility of the ultimate truth, and it graciously chooses to embody the human form. Bhagavan was not merely a yogi or a teacher or a saint. He was a seer, of being, comprehending, and transcending all these other activities. And he succeeded in being a friend of everyone, sinner or saint, prince of peasant, old or young, learned or ignorant, man or woman, how bumpy, monkey or people. Hundreds of quite ordinary disciples of Ashram were treated like intimate friends by all of them, who took the most sympathetic interest in all their personal affairs. The train they came in, the food they ate, the marriage and deaths in their families, the appointments and promotions that occurred in their families. No one felt that she or he was unimportant or unwanted. Hariджans were no less welcome than learned Brahmins to this charming circle. To all he taught humility, without humiliating anyone, as he taught self-surrender without loss of freedom. He taught self-surrender without loss of personal. If the good teacher is a friend who joins you where you are in your spiritual path and leads you up from that point to the mountain part of mountain top of truth. Maharishi is the greatest teacher, the oldest person. Because he refused to stretch us on progress and bed of creed of abundance. He convinced every one of his devotees and disciples that there are as many distinct ways of reaching the goal as there are unique human individuals. He said, yes, the method is not important. The earnestness and the thing that you want will lead you eventually to go. It's more than mother-like tenderness. You have no harsh choice between one friend and another amongst the thousands of friends, and his steady, calm, unfailing cheerfulness and rock-like certainty spring from his conviction that the world process must end in the final release of all beings. In this conversation with children, birds, and animals, one noticed with envy the outflow of a more active, spontaneous grace, because no doubt these unspoiled creatures were more at home in his world of integral love. Bhagavan, like a scientist, has invented and left behind for the scientist following a technique of self-analysis which renders easy and aseptic that essential operation which destroys the mind and releases the spirit from its entanglement with the world and flesh. To quote Veena Swami, this method is practical and scientific. He brings no supernatural power and demands no blind religious faith. The sublime spirituality of Maharishi's atmosphere and the rational self-questioning of his philosophy find but a faint echo in the yonder temple of Arunachala. Even the word God is rarely on his lips. He advises, nay, warns every seeker not to set sail in the dark, debatable waters of misery, in which so many promising voyages have ended in shipwreck. He simply puts forward a way of self-analysis which can be practiced irrespective of any ancient or modern theories and beliefs one may that will finally lead man to self-knowledge. Bhagavan Ramana has no creed of his own because he is egoless. What we can learn from him is application to religion of strictly scientific temper and the method of tentative, disinterested analysis. All beliefs are to be held only tentatively and never decadently, because all believes that one day we consume in the fire of the experience of the same. The ego life is not life, but death. From this death of our ordinary life, we awake into immortality by passing in imagination to the death of the body, as Bhagavan did in his 16th year, by instrumentalization of the body's death. The danger of mere rationalism is avoided by devotion to the holy and beloved person. All the freedom that we need can be exercised in the process of experiment and inquiry in the infinite variety of the application of the question of God, which can be used for every scene, every scenario. Bhagavan Ramana's simple message, quote, the best way for one to serve the world is to win the egoless state. If you are anxious to help the world, but you think you cannot do so by attaining the egoless state, then surrender to God all the world's problems along the way. It is open to a scientist to accept and apply and research and practice the sage's method of inquiry. It is open to a devotee, a bhakta, to surrender himself and his problems to the saint. And the saint and the sage in Bhagavan Ramana will gently draw the intellect of the one and the heart of the other towards the distant but inescapable goal of such a power. So we need to conclude like first Swami gives a Ramana ordered by the best person Bhagavan when he was embodied. Swami Siddheshwaran, head of Ramakrishna Mission Palace, had this to say of the meeting of the Ramana. The Maharishi, a veritable lighthouse for those who wish to find in modern India the reviving effects of the teachings of the Upanishads, concentrated like Swami Siddheshwaran, sannyasi of Ramakrishna order, and who we Bhagavan devotees need to be really grateful for. He edited the first journal of, along with Swami Chinmayananda, the journal of the Ashram, the qualified. First 12 years of its existence. It's quote, the gospel Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi solves the problems of mankind by the dynamic emphasis on the dignity of man. It moves all nations, all races, the whole world to the one and the only self. Swami Ramana, the first of the nation, and the 13th president of Ramana. And some of Bhagavan devotees know during the symposium, he admonished ego by saying, ego, ego. That was its order to not orders, not orders. But to quote today, he said, may all of us be worthy of this tremendous spiritual dynamo who enters our heart even without our abilities. Friends, more than 1,000 years after Jagadguru Adi Shankara, in Bhagavan Ramana, we again see the living embodiment of pure consciousness, the one ultimate reality, as expounded by Hinduism's Advaita Vedanta philosophy. Like I always do, I like to end on this light note. In Sri Ramanasramam Centenary it's the only place in the world where a devotee can work seamlessly towards two completely unrelated degrees in the external world, but who are interconnected in the spiritual world. And the degrees I'm referring to today is getting an MBA and an MBA. MBA and MBA. Well, the MBA I refer to is the mind-body alienation, and the MB is mind dissolution. Bhagavan helps us to alienate the mind and the body first, and once we are right, he guides us towards mind dissolution, ultimate goal. May we all succeed in acquiring both degrees with distinction in this lifetime. It's my prayer.
Thank you, Dr. Ramanan. Thank you for coming all the way to celebrate this and also be afraid. Celebration. And I take this on now to speak a few words about the Arunachala Aksharam.
Dakshinamurti Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Ramanachala Paryamtam Vande Guru Paramparam. Mohammed wanted me to say a few words about Arunachala Aksharam as an institution. If you think about the Hindu spiritual institutions in America, you will find that most of them were founded by Mahatmas who came here. Swami Vivekananda, Paramahamsa Yogananda, Swami Chinmayananda, and so on. There was no question of Bhagavan even leaving Arunachala, leave alone come to America. And of course, Bhagavan did not institute a monastic succession order. He as the Guru is present always. So Arunachala Aksharam was founded by a man who defies expectations. Not only in that he was not a sannyasi, he was a householder, yes, but also he was not the sort of majestic personality who would go into another country and found another institution. In fact, those of us who knew him, he was a very rustic man to the core, from one of the most rural parts of Bihar in India. Was hardly the kind of personality that you would find. But what he really had was boundless devotion to Bhagavan and a lot of Bhagavan's grace. And all it took was a simple suggestion from Arthur Osborne in India during one of his trips for him to come and start a satsang, if you will, here in America. And you can see the sort of unobtrusive way of Bhagavan in the growth of the ashram also. It started off very simply renting some rooms somewhere in Manhattan. It started on November 12th, 1965. That's how old the organization is. At the American Buddhist Society, renting a room. They were renting rooms for a few years. They were renting a storefront for almost 17 years, I think, before moving on to small houses and then eventually to this current location about 18 years ago. But if you look at this fact, there was never a moment where there were fundraisers, for example. It was never done and it will never be done. Bhagavan will provide whatever is needed and wherever it is needed. That is how the ashram has been all this time. And I think in some ways it mirrors the growth of Ramana Ashram itself. From Bhagavan being in Patalingam and Guru Murtam and Virupaksha and Skandashram and so on to the present location. And of course, we are gathered all here to celebrate the centenary of that great event of founding the ashram. Bhagavan also ensured that the ashram is run in a manner that is befitting to Bhagavan. It is meant to be a place where sincere spiritual aspirants can come and deepen their practice in the light of Bhagavan's consciousness. It is not, in general, except for occasions like this, we generally do not have cultural programs or lectures. The focus is practice. Arunachala Abhyasa Ashram, Bhagavad Gita. That is what is meant. And Bhagavan himself is the teacher there. We don't have other teacher. Bhagavan himself is the permanent presence and teacher. And Bhagavan would call himself a doorman and a doormat. That's what he would say he was. A lot of the ashrams growing over the decades also owes to our second president, Sri Dennis Conner. And I think those of you here who know him will readily agree with me when I say it was one of Bhagavan's, he is one of Bhagavan's special blessings to us. There is a small video that I think will be played during lunch. So those of you who do not know him, you can see him walking through the ashram and talking about Bhagavan and the teachings and so on. A few years ago, he retired to solitude, somewhere, an undisclosed location somewhere in America. But for 48 years, he dedicated his life to the ashram. And one thing you could see in him during these 48 years is a sincere and total dedication to sadhana. Not for a single day did he miss waking up at 4:30 a.m. for the sadhana as an example to us. I think personally he was up earlier, but not for a single day could he say. That was the best example he said to us. So he was all about that inner life. But if you look at his outer life also, it was all about serving Bhagavan and his devotees. He really had nothing else going on. That complete dedication is a great thing. And I think once again, we should all thank Bhagavan from the bottom of our hearts for the gift of his company and his friendship that we all had for many, many years. Then finally, when Dennis left, he left the ashrama under the care and guidance of our current president, Ramanasramam. Dennis used to say that the most important thing you need to manage the ashrama is an attitude of selfless service. And I think that's what we find in him. I don't know how many of you know, but Mohan has been, every Saturday morning, he goes to do feeding the homeless people. And he's done that without, I would say, without missing any weekends for decades, not just here every now and then. So, to me, I'm sort of remember of how HMR would make food regularly for Bhagavan, which he would never want to miss it. So this is his way of serving the homeless, serving the needy, right? So if you think about these three leaders that the ashrama has had so far, to me, three values stand out. Humble devotion, sincere and total dedication to sadhana, and selfless service. And I like to think that these are the values by which that Arunachala Aksharamanamalai stands for. And these are the values that we all should try to uphold as well. Dennis's tapasya has also resulted in a lovely shrine that is very palpable with the presence of Bhagavan. That is a great help to all of us in our sadhana ashram here in Europe. So I will close with a few words of Bhagavan again. Remember the village had no electricity, no school, and oddly for India, I believe no temple. Very that remote, this is how it was. So he said this not in his last days, but apparently 25 years before he passed away. Who knows? This body may go anyway. What do I have to show for all these years? What will I leave behind? Have I stopped loving, serving, and worshipping all of you? Every day I question myself thus. And that is what I want you to remember when this body goes. Great words for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami. Our best committee to release the album, the latest album from Sangeeta Swaminathan. I humbly request Swami.
online album, so there's no physical CD.
What's going on? Closure.
Very good piece going to speak a few words about the latest program from Santina Swami. Thank you.
This year, in addition to being the 100th year of the public, also is the 100th year of Sri Vidwan meeting Bhagavan in person. On September 21st, 1923, an event of profound spiritual significance unfolded as Vidwan had a life-changing meeting with Bhagavan Sri Ramana. The meeting was beneficial not only for Vidwan, but in fact for all of us. Vidwan wholeheartedly surrendered himself to Bhagavan. He renounced his worries, doubts, and the burden of making life decisions. Placing his complete trust in Bhagavan, he came to a profound realization that Bhagavan permanently resided in his heart, guiding him in all aspects of life. As Arun just spoke, Bhagavan taught us the wonderful secret of self-inquiry. Guru showed us how to practice it and how to live it. Through his life's example, Guru has laid out a spiritual solution to all our problems, emphasizing the enduring importance of sincere devotion and steadfast guidance in the spiritual heart. He has composed well over 30,000 verses. Just to put that on count, 200,000 lines of Tamil poetry. Is there any poet in any language from any era, residing in any corner of the world, belonging to any religion, who has displayed such unwavering devotion as Ramana did? I can't think of him. He filled every fiber of his being with devotion to Bhagavan Ramana, glorifying the divine brilliance of Bhagavan in his verses. Indeed, along the way, Ramana has risen as one of the greatest poets nurtured by Mother Tamil, who is endowed with magnificent faculty and intellect to employ the beautiful language in singing, blessing, celebrating, and immersing himself in the profound bliss and devotion experienced while worshipping his beloved Lord Ramana. As we reflect on his legacy, Vidwan has built a phenomenal monument for Bhagavan. This monument is for all to see, appreciate, and marvel for ages to come. But unlike conventional monuments, Vidwan laid the foundation for this monument through his own realization. Each verse he composed serves as a brick. His devotion acts as the sand. His unconditional love is the water. And Bhagavan's grace is a cement that binds down together. Brick by brick, he constructed his masterpiece. Within this monument, he placed an enormous throne, one that resides perpetually in every heart, yet remains unrealized. Muruganar spent numerous lifetimes preparing this throne, meticulously crafted through years of solitude, penance, and surrender. In that throne, Lord Ramana is seated in all his glory and radiance, quietly observing and guiding. Sangeeta Swaminathan, through her musical genius and devotion, with unwavering commitment and hard work, along with Swaminathan, has brought up a wonderful audio suite that can fill our hearts as we hear her divine voice singing anthems of Muruganar. I have the privilege to introduce her and invite her to the stage along with others to sing a few songs. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ram.
Two music talks. Somebody who claims
Ramana
Thank you, Sangeeta. I'm very sure you are all going to listen to the entire program very soon. Now, in a few minutes, Swamiji is going to do the article.
Vedanta Vijnana Suishchitaर्थाः Sannyasa Yogatyatayishuddha Sattvaः Te Brahma Loke Tuparanta Kale Parantat Parimucyanti Sattve Dahram Vipavam Parameshma Bhutam Yat Pundharikam Puramadhya Sakrastham Tatra Vinatram Gaganam Vishogastasmin Yadantastadupasitavyam Yo Vedadau Swarah Prokto Vedante Chakvatishtitaha Tasya Prakriti Nasya Yah Parasamaheshwara
Shakti Udaya Sarva Samavaya Sarvalokaita Hita Sadhakaya Sadhu Sadguru Varya Ramanaya Bhagavate Pada Sevaka Rama Vakanaya Jaya Mangalam Nitya Shubha Mangalam Jaya Mangalam Nitya Shubha Mangalam Jaya Mangalam Nitya Shubha Mangalam.
Yes, yes, yes.
Arunachala Shiva,
Arunachala Ashram moved to this location in 2005. It was founded 50 years ago on December 8th, 1966. And we're observing the 50th anniversary of the ashram incorporated in the state of New York. We were previously in 2 other locations in Queens, but we settled here finally, and it looks like we'll be here for some time. There's a long story how we found this place and how it has a connection with the Church of the Immaculate Conception across the street in a monastery. And I wouldn't be able to tell that story here, but it's a long story. We see, if we walk over to the door of the shrine, you'll see a carving on top of the door. This carving is in teak wood and is an image of Dakshinamurti. Dakshinamurti is considered to be the primal guru who taught in silence. The disciples came to him and they sat in silence and understood the truth. Ramana Maharishi is often compared to Dakshinamurti because his greatest teachings or most potent teachings was that of silence. And those who can connect with that silence understand themselves and realize the truth within themselves. And the purpose of doing that is why this ashram was founded by Arunachala Bhakta. And it's a matter of dedicating your life to an ideal which is greater than what we experience in this world. It's an ideal to realize who we are, the essence of our own being, which is one with reality, the ultimate reality, and infinite, and the truth of ourselves. He says this best describes the experience of oneself, and it was given to Moses. And they asked, many of the pundits said, we have so many Mahavakyas. Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. Why do you think that this better represents the truth than our Mahavakyas? Well, Ramana Maharishi didn't want to dispute with them. He said, this is my experience, that's all. I am that I am. Now, it's like a mantra. If you just say the whole word, I am that I am, you have the truth of the self. If you take off the last word, I am that I, again you have the truth of the self. If you take off the last word again, I am that, again you have the truth of the self. Then you have just 2 words here, I am. That's what God told Moses was his name, I am. If you take off the am, you just have I. And I is the self alone. So this is the essence of Ramana Maharishi's teachings, also the essence of the Bible, and also the essence of all religions. Here we have the Samadhi tomb of Ramana Maharishi, where he was interred on April 15th, 1950. In front of this is a large hall, which was constructed later. And his body is buried under there in Padmasana pose, facing the mountain, which is north. Usually, when they bury sadhus, they face them east in South India. But they did that initially, and they thought Ramana Maharishi and Arunachala were one. And how can we face him east when the mountain is there to the north? So they picked up his body and turned it to the north and had him facing north. Ramana Maharishi gave liberation to his mother, like Adi Shankaracharya, who came and gave deliverance to his mother at the time of her death. Ramana Maharishi sat alongside his mother at the time of her demise, with one hand on her head, another hand on her heart. And all those vasanas that rose within her that would cause future births were quelled by his touch, until she finally ceased to have vasanas rising up, and she attained liberation while she was alive. And then she shone with an extraordinary light. Even at the time, or after her death, she shone also with an extraordinary light. So, the brother Ramana Maharishi took great interest in building a shrine or temple over the mother Samadhi, which is now next to Ramana Maharishi Samadhi. And it was built in traditional style. Ramana Maharishi took great interest in the construction of this temple. He even put his hand on the Sri Chakra Mero inside and consecrated it during its Kumbhabhishekam in March of 1949. This is in relief form, starting going up to the center. So this is what they installed over the mother's Samadhi. And Ramana Maharishi stood over that and held it and blessed it prior to the Kumbhabhishekam, or during the Kumbhabhishekam of the mother's temple. And daily puja is done there in the shrine. It was inaugurated on January 1st, 2012. And it was built onto the building we just came out of. And my brother designed it with the pillars similar to the granite pillars there at Ramana Ashram that are on the veranda of the Samadhi hall where Ramana Maharishi is interred. And he used many of the temple designs that are there in India, the windows being high up. He went to Mahabalipuram for 6 months and studied with his Ganapati Statpati, sculpturing and architecture. And he incorporated a lot of that architecture into this building. He made that sculpture of Ramana Maharishi and also the one of Arunachala Bhakta, which is over there in the corner. And this is a Sri Chakra drawing you see behind the statue that Ramana Maharishi made with his own hand. There was a devotee, Veena Concert, who used to come to him when he was living up in Skanda Ashram, probably around 1919. And the ladies of the ashram, Skanda Ashram, where mother was also, they used to recite Lalita Sahasranam every morning, 1,000 names of the mother Lalita. So many of the ladies had images of the Sri Chakra in metal at home, and this lady could not afford it. So Ramana Maharishi drew the Sri Chakra for her so she could take her home. Her grandchildren have it in their home now in Chennai. And this is a copy of that. You see this little stone here. This is from Ramana Maharishi's old hall. In 1986, they teared down the hall and rebuilt it with the same window frames, the same trusses, the same woodwork, but they had to rebuild the walls. In the process, they broke up some of the flooring. And I got a piece of that flooring that broke up, and we keep it here. And also we'll have a piece, and we're making a replica of the old hall in Tampa. And we're also going to put a piece of that original old hall flooring there in the Tampa replica. They have this statue, which was made during his lifetime. But it doesn't depict him as he was at that time. It depicts him as a younger age. But they took the measurements of his arms, of his fingers, of his ears, then to get it as much as a exact proportion as but he was older at the time. And then there was a picture like this before this picture was taken, the wedding pictures, which was the most popular picture of Ramana Maharishi's full body. This was taken from that picture, this statue. But they had him sit for And if you go to the Cow Lakshmi Samadhi, did you see the cow? So if you look to the right of that, there's a big stone slab, maybe 3 feet by 3 feet, just on the ground, flat. And they made a practice statue of Ramana Maharishi. They're doing this out of chalk, just for practicing. And usually they just break it all up, so they didn't feel like breaking it all up. So next to Kalakshmi's Samadhi, you'll see on the right side there's a stone, they buried it under there. So there's another Samadhi for Bhagavan's body. If you look closely, his fingernails are very long. And the person who took this photograph was working for the government, taking photographs of prisoners. But he was very devoted, so if you heard of any saints or Mahatmas in the area, he would go and take pictures of them. And he went and found Ramana Maharishi. He's 20 years old here. He still looks like a boy of 16 when he arrived. It even looks like someone brushed his hair, to get it up and make it look more presentable before the photo was taken in Virupaksha cave. It was taken on December 2nd, Tuesday, 1947. And it's the same photograph that they put on the couch where he's sitting right now in the old hall where he lived for over 20 years. It was accessible 24 hours a day. So you see there's 2 clocks there. It looks like he's very particular about the time. So we say one who lived in timelessness was very particular about the time and very particular about the schedule and which went on in his life there at the ashram. This picture is also taken around the same time, but it was in another building next door, and the light was insufficient. And the photographer told Bhagavan that the light is insufficient for this picture. You better wait, he said. And the photographer said, "You are the light, it'll work." And this is what happened. We got the best picture of Ramana Maharishi, giving a very gracious smile. And wherever you stand, you feel like as if he's looking at you and pouring out his grace. They'll have the Kartikeya Deepam in Tiruvannamalai. That's where the mountain Arunachala lies. It's 2,600 feet. They light a big cauldron full of ghee on top, which burns for more than a week. And it commemorates the day which, according to the tradition, that mountain manifested as Shiva. And millions of people will go to that festival and do giri production during that festival, and especially on the night where they light the Deepam. You must be familiar, Anandamayi Mai. So someone gave us this. We had some disciples, some sannyasi came here of her, so she's a great saint, Mahatma, realized soul. And she even visited Ramana Ashram in 1953 after he passed away. And she said about Ramana Maharishi, he is my father. We're all his children. And so that room we turned down and built a new hall there. And that was the opening to the room. I see. There was 4 doors, collapsible doors. And we end up using those inside, those stained glass paneled doors in the shrine. I see they were there covering this door. And we had them refurbished to work inside that shrine. So that was an opening. So we covered that with a bookshelf. Shankaracharya.
Oh, Shankaracharya Madhyama.
Ramana Acharya.
Paryantam. Vande Guru Parampara.
So say obeisance to line of preceptors with Dakshinamurti in the beginning, Shankara in the middle.
And here, I think a devotee made him sit like this to take a photograph.
No, and he asked, no, the photographer.
Oh, the photographer, yeah.
He said, "Which is it? The left foot over the right knee or the right foot over the..."